Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's broken foul back to Bonanza down the rail. Mr. Expedient. Deep stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Stachys continues to go on with it, and Stachys is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Across the track, deep stretch, Hammer's bullet, big blue caboose. Hammer's bullet, the Canterbury Invader takes the 63rd renewal of Manitoba Lottery. But they're a long way from home, baby. Beluga Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys them in the 64th renewal of Manitoba Lottery.
Narco, but Assembly Hall is gonna get it done in the Manitoba Lottery's Derby. Second, enormous strides, Street Prancer coming to the wire. It's gonna take the Manitoba Derby. Flashy Jewel wins six. One more try. Flashy Jewel is gonna hang on. But it's inside straight. He's gonna do it in here. Escape quad trying to battle back, but Plentiful is the 16 pole. Sky Promise is gonna take in the Derby. Oil money. He can't go about it. The unusual Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. West Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, day 30 on your racing calendar. Quick look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, jockey Jorge Carreño just seems to pile on the wins, as he did have the hat trick last night, and that brings him up to 40 wins so far on the season. Ronaldo Cumberbatch in second, followed by Chavi and Chow, Antonio Whitehall, and Stanley Chady Jr. And on the trainer's side, Jerry Gorno, 6 wins up on Jared Brown, who did have 2 wins last night. Shelley Brown, who had 1, Wendy Anderson, and Tom Gardapi Jr., who rounds up the top 5 on the trainer's side. Stretch, it seems like this track has been slowing down a bit in the last couple of weeks, and the closers are having a fun time on this track.
Yeah, you called it, and the numbers back that as well. Like you said, yesterday nobody went gate to wire. There were some stalking trips that got up on the outside on some of them. The interesting thing is I thought no deep closers won it. Some of the deep closers managed to kind of get the smaller shares, second and third in there. So, yeah, I'll go from there. How about, yesterday we talked about the claims and how much meat is left, and sure enough, maybe a little bit of foreshadowing, who knew? So I don't think yesterday was a record. How many claims were there yesterday, Kirt?
Only 10.
Only 10 in a 7-race card. And Today, I don't think we're going to break that record. We have a couple races that you can't be claimed, and just for some people that understand, just so you kind of understand how the claiming game works. So, for example, this first race today is a special or an allowance field, so you can't claim a horse. There's another one later on as well.
Actually, in the first race, it's allowance optional claiming.
Ah, very good.
So some of the horses that have already won the condition, they have to come in for a claiming price, kind of like number 4 Inspiratus.
Yeah, good call. Very good. And that adds it when you see that. So some are straight stake races obviously can't have claims. And the reason you have the claiming, basically, for example, there's some races in for 5,000. So all the horses are kind of competitive at that level. So instead of having a big favorite in one of them, you put the same claiming price. And so yesterday, some horses were dropping down. You had to risk. They were running below where they're probably valued, so they got claimed. Some might run higher. They're probably not going to get claimed, but they probably won't win. So you really have to watch that, check the claiming price. Kirt made a great point on an optional claimer. So if you've won races, then you have to go in for a claiming race. So anything to add on the claiming there, Kirt, at all?
No, one thing I'd really like to see is the shake. What that is more than one person drops a claim for a horse, and then what they do is pretty well they put peas in, they shake them up, and whatever number comes out, they get to win it. Oaklawn over the winner, a perfect example. Some horses, there was 25 people that tried to claim that horse, and only one person can get it in the end. Our Derby winner, Red Knobs, a friend of mine did claim that horse. There was 11 claims in for it, so he had about a 9% chance of getting it. He did get it. He won the Manitoba Derby, and he's on to the Canadian Derby. So there is some luck involved in the claiming process also.
In that race, it was for 50,000, I believe.
Yeah, so
yeah.
A lot of people have money in the Kentucky area there.
For sure, for sure. We ready?
All right, let's do it. We're going to kick off the card with an allowance race for filly 3-year-olds with an option 15,000. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch number 1, Kim's Texas Bling. Stretch, who do you like in the opener?
Yeah, a bit of a tricky race to start the card. I think many of these are very happy they don't have to face Burrow Down in here. It doesn't fit the condition, so right away they move up a spot because they knew they would probably be running for a second. Because of that big scratch, I did switch my picks a little bit here, and I landed on the 3 as my top selection. I think she has a chance to get loose and basically go gate to wire. The first 2 races, especially the last 2 back, on how good that was to outbreak some of the horses. That was against older as well. So I think it's catch me if you can. There is some other speed, but I don't think you have her speed in there. I'm throwing out that last race. And then because the others might be chasing, I'm going to the 2 as my second selection. We know favorite sits sits farther back. Last time I thought she sat too far back to get second, and it cost her. I think she's got to sit a little bit closer to get into the second, and maybe if there's a duel, she definitely has to sit a little bit closer. And then the last one, I'll go to the 5. She did lose going off at 10 cents on the dollar. That's never a good thing. I usually don't like taking those horses next out because on paper they're much the best. The angle, though, they were going a mile, and so I don't think the horse is a 2-turn horse. She certainly can win it in here back to the right distance. So I've got 3-2-5, but it's not as easy as 3-2-5.
Yeah, Stretch. I went to number 3 Thrill of the Night also for the same reasons. I think she's the predominant speed of the race. I don't think her forte is going around 2 turns, but she ran 2 bang-up races, breaking the maiden, beating the 2-horse favorite, and did it quite handily in there, and then ran a huge race, battling every step of the way and hanging on for the win. I think she clears in here, and that makes her double tough. So I'm giving her the nod as the one to beat. I did go to Mia Bear as my second choice. Same reasons. I don't think she's a big route horse. She ran good in there, but I think she's much better going short. Her times, 1:12 and change. That would fit this race absolutely perfect. She did win by double digits in both of those races. So cutting back to the sprints, I think she's second best in here, and I did put favorite as my third choice. This will be one that will be rallying from the back of the field. So I took 3, 5, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, a $1,500 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 5 furlong stretch. Wow. You're picking this one.
Yes, I know. I'll discuss.
I thought you were going to bug me on this play
That's
today.
very true. It's painful right now. It's hurting me a little. Anyway, the horse makes a slight drop, and the key, also one of the keys is, look at who she lost to. We saw direct approval or distinct approval come back and win against a tougher field. Looked great doing it. That shows you that even though it's 25 down to 1,500, I find the 25's that much better. That extra $1,000 drop does make a big difference. She's basically 7 of 12 at the distance in the money, but no wins, and she hasn't won at ASD either. And so that's why, yes, it's paining me to put that up there. I think just because of the race shape, I think there's so much other rabbit kind of speed in here that she might just end up passing them with inheriting the win. And so that's why I've placed her on top. My second selection is the 4, and I think she's the only true closer in here, and has to sit close enough though. And if the two kind of passes and waits for the other one can get there. With the 5 furlongs, does have to sit close, have to move early from there. And then it's who's left, all the speed horses, so who's the one that's going to survive the duel? I'm going to go with the one that survives the duel, so I'll go 2, 4, and 1.
Yeah, I went with you on Fat and Bitter for all the same reasons. Took the big drop in class, got beat by a horse that came back to win. But what I also like, Wit's Question, trying to rally from off the pace, but Fat and Bitter would not let the horse pass, which I thought was surprising in that race. So with all this cheap speed, as Stretch said, is in here, the 1 Enhanced Finance, the 3 Purple Scooter, the 5 Catalina Dreaming, and the 6 Skyview, they all have the same running style, run and gun for as far as you can go. I think we'll get an absolutely dream trip. I also like number 1 Enhanced Finance. I like this horse last time out. Going the 5.5 furlongs, cleared all the other speed, but that just ended up tiring late. Didn't get beat by much in the end, only 4 3/4 lengths. Now cuts back to 5 furlongs. I think that'll be a big help. And I put number 5, Catalina Dreaming, in third. Ran a half mile last time out and then packed it in pretty bad. But I think this horse really needed that start and will move forward. This 5 furlongs, absolutely up her alley in here. So I'm going to make her third in my selections. I'm 2, 1, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with a $5,000 claimer for 3 and up maidens. They're going to go 7 furlongs. What do you like?
Okay, the 6 basically drops in from an impossible spot last time. I'm thinking that was maybe just a prep to get a race over the track to set the horse up for going the 2 turns. I think those last 4 races at Lone Star, any one of those puts this horse into the winner's circle. Will sit just off and make that late run, and that's all you need to basically win in this spot. My sleeper in here, and kind of the unknown and maybe the possible upset, is the 1 horse. And the angle here is basically went the 5 furlongs first out in a pretty good maiden 10,000 race. We saw Devil's Time win last night in the last one. We're just not sure what this horse is about, and maybe 7 furlongs along the rail, maybe Nyrone will decide, hey, let's go to the lead, and that's all it takes in some of these races in here. And so that's my upset at 6 to 1, and then the rest is kind of a bit of a guess. I landed on the 2 horse, and we know that this is where this is the level that this horse is there. The horse is a very goofy type horse, and so we've got the rider change. Is going to try to figure this horse out. He got out last time and tried to go back to his barn, it looks like, in the race, and so that can happen. So we'll have to see. That July 20th race, the reason I didn't take anybody except the horse that was the second best is that it was a really slow run race. So I've got to look elsewhere, hence why it's 6-1-2.
Yeah, I went with you. Wit America, those races back at Lone Star, those win this hands down. So that's why it's my top play. King Wit looked like it was going to be a winner, and then did that goofiness and came back on to run a very game second. I don't think these two will bang heads in here, as they are both Jerry Gorno horses, but I think the horse will run a good one. And I like number 3, Latat. This horse showed a lot of ability last time out compared to the first 2 efforts. Beaten by 30, beaten by 15. This horse stalked the leaders and then went after him at the end and ran a very credible 4th beaten 3. This horse used to run route races in Woodbine and had limited success in them, but I think this horse has found its calling. So if you're looking for a bomb, this is it. So I took 6, 2, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. An interesting race, Stretch.
Yeah, a very good field of fillies and mares in here. And we know who's going to be on the lead, and that's Kate's Princess. And the others will probably be chasing. She was in such a tough race last time, and I was really impressed on how well she ran. That last race, if she runs similar, she wins the race. That was fast enough for this level. There was more speed in there, some of the best fillies and mares on the ground in that race. I think she's going to be extremely tough to beat in here. And then the kind of the unknown is just as Kirt has the one horse, has some very nice races coming from Churchill and Keeneland weren't bad. The Batera Park worries me a little bit, but if it runs back to especially the Keeneland race, that horse puts the horse right there. The problem is if Kate's Princess gets loose and just keeps going, it's very tough for closers to get on a horse like that, catch up to them. So we'll see. If it does run back to the Batera race, you might want to look elsewhere for second. And the third one, I'll go for a price horse, and that's DARPA. I thought the horse finally woke up last time, showed some extra speed in there, and if it returns back to the races at the stake races last year, even at this level, I think the horse certainly could be right there. Possible upset if there is a duel, and maybe the other ones don't run to the form there. So it's catch her if you can, and if you can't, it's 4-1-2.
Yeah, I agree with you in here. People look at this and say, oh, just a tap in. They're going to hook up on the front end. But Kate's Princess is plain and simply faster. And Praven Badri takes over today. And I think she just goes right to the front end. And we haven't seen a lot of wire-to-wire winners. But Kate's Princess looked so good last time out in the second level allowance. Now dropping back to the first level. Me and Stretch have been all over this drop. And the horses come back to win at an astonishing rate. So I think Kate's Princess is the one to beat. I do like a lot of spunk also. Those races at Churchill and Keeneland, those were awesome against Frills, who won both of them. The last time out, the winner did win by 8 lengths and came back to win after that. So it got beat by a really good one. So I'm going to kind of throw that race out and say this horse is second best. And then I do like number 3, That's a Lot of Bling. I like this horse 2 outs ago at the head of the lane. I said this horse had a mitt full and then had nothing for the stretch drive. Last time out, took the drop to 10-3, easily blew past him in the same kind of running style. That running style fits this race really, really well. So I think 4, 1, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, a $7,500 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 7 furlongs, and another interesting affair.
Yeah, I thought it was one of the better betting races on the card here. I see a potential, a lot of pace up front, and the thing too is many can go to the lead. So if one decides not to, there's potentially a couple on the front end. So I've decided to go with the 3 horse in here, who's just running great. Those last 3 races, just so good. The only worrisome, it goes from a mile to 7. I would have liked to seen the mile. I think it'd be even a prime play for me if I'd got that extra distance. But should get the nice trip. Has to sit a little bit closer and make the move that a little bit earlier to get up there. But that last race, the figures are right there. So certainly can win 3 of the last 4 for sure. And then I went to the 4. Has the class. I think the horse is actually sitting on a win. I think it can potentially put away the other speed and try to hold off the 3 because it is 7 furlongs. And so just because of that class drop, it makes a smart move by the trainer to make that drop, which was needed. And then, of course, I had to find a bit of a long shot here to make it pay. And decided to throw in Mr. Pickles just because there's so much other speed in here that maybe this horse can pick up the pieces late. The horse has been in a couple races where there was not much other speed, so it couldn't show its closing kick. So that's why I've got 3, 4, and 8.
Yeah, in these races at the upper claiming ranks, I noticed that the speed does last a lot longer, and we've seen a couple speed balls go around the racetrack. Himmelstein for one hanging on, and it was 3 speed horses going around there, and that was 7 furlongs, not 7.5. So I'm looking for a long shot, even though I have really slow on top. Watch out for number 1, All for Truth. In our 7 furlong races, the inside is a massive advantage, especially if you have speed. You can get easily out by 2 or 3 lengths just by getting a good break out of the gate, and that's what I think number 1, All for Truth, will. Last time it went around 2 turns, went to the front end, and yes, it did beat Lesser, but did it so easy. And the comeback race against Sing and Cry in Dubai, that was an excellent race, only to get caught late down the lane, then won again in Fargo. I think this horse just loves going a rut of ground. Yes, there is other speed with Diddley and Dictator, but I think All for Truth will get the jump on him. So I think it's a good long shot play. And I do like number 4, Dictator. This horse showed a little bit of an off-the-pace running style last time out after banging heads on the front end. That didn't work in the previous 2 starts, but last time went after him and then just ended up getting a little tired late. That same kind of running style. This could definitely win this race at a decent price, but I'm going to give you 3, 1, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are maidens. They're only going to go 5 furlongs. Number 3, Victoriaville. Make the jockey Chavi and Chow. Scratch the 5, Wits Queso. And scratch number 9, Lady of the Fort. Stretch, who did you go to?
Okay, yeah, just because some people may not know about Fargo, it's a smaller track in North Dakota, not that far from here, and they have a small meet, and you see at ASD, sometimes the horses will go down there and try to pick up a win or 2 and then come right back. So if you've just started playing the races, Fargo, yeah, you can look it up, very small kind of track, and the conditions are a bit different, so sometimes it can be a workout, but yeah, back to race 6. Yeah, it's a tricky one. My notes in here is best part of racing is every race has a winner, and every race you can make money if you predict it correctly. And some races are easier than others. I'll let you go by what I'm commented on there. So let's land on the 8 as my top selection in here. I thought the first race was not too bad at all. If you watch the replay, the horse didn't break that sharp, and then made a bit of a move up the rail, and then got right within the leaders, and then kind of flattened. To me, that showed that she needed that first start. So I'm giving her another chance. Why wouldn't I? She's only had 1 start, and many of these have shown exactly their talent level. And well, it's the right talent level for this race anyway. And then I did go to the 3. We know what we get here. The horse runs kind of the same every time, evenly. You know, you've got to decide. The race take note is only 5 furlongs, and I thought it was a little bit longer. That might be against this horse, but you know what you get. Maybe a place or show bet on the 3 is where I'm going. And then I landed on the 7. And why would I ever take a horse like that? You would think, well, lots of reasons. The last race was in maiden special weight. At least the trainer decided to put the horse in somewhere. And then the other races were on the turf or the poly at Gulfstream Park. We're not really sure. We've seen a couple horses really take to the dirt this year from Woodbine and didn't show much on the poly or turf. That's why, and you're getting a 10-1. Why not? So 8-3-7.
Yeah, this is definitely a wide open race. I ended up going to number 3, Victoriaville. Yes, making the 15th start, trying to break the maiden. But what I liked was last time out, this horse showed early speed, fell back a little, and then re-kicked on with just inside the 8th pole to run very game second in there to Wits Memories, who ended up going to the front and stealing it. So Victoriaville, I think Chavi and Chow, who is on it today again, got to know the horse after the first start, and I think that's going to play big today as it's going to sit behind the speed of number 2, No No Jojo. So I like Victoriaville on top, and No No Jojo Well, Stretch, you liked this horse the other day at 50-1, and you got a few heart palpitations for a while as the horse was freewheeling on the front end and then hit a brick wall late. But the good thing is the horse gets to cut back in distance. Came out of a really tough race last time out against Get Up Early, Steely Caper, and Devil's Time. Devil's Time came back to break the maiden last night. I expect Steely Caper to also break the maiden, and Get Up Early was the big favorite. This horse might be able to get up by 4 or 5 lengths and just might not get caught. And then I did use your top selection, number 8, In Detention. The only thing I didn't like is the horse had an absolute dream trip up the rail, and I think he's going to have a hard time doing that out of post position number 8. Yes, it was a good tightener for the horse, but he just didn't have that late finish. Maybe with that one start under the belt can show a little bit more. So I'm going to take 3, 2, and 8. Now we're carrying on to race number 7, a $5,000 claimer. 4 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch number 1, Strider's Ring. Scratch the 6, Rebounder. And scratch the 9, Bud Light Larry. Stretch, we're down to 6 horses in the last. Who do you like?
Yeah, it's still a competitive race. I had to switch my picks. I had the 8 as my top selection if Strider's was in there. So make sure if you didn't check the scratches, you may want to re-handicap, or you should, not may, you should re-handicap the race.
Oh, most definitely.
Yes. So I've decided I'm going to go with the 5 horse. I've won once with him and then lost a few times because I didn't think he could get the distance. 2 back, did get the 6 furlongs, basically got loose and then kept going. So we'll see how the track plays out. The weather's been great the last 2 days, so I'm a little concerned. I might have to have a bunch of stretch change alerts coming if speed really isn't holding. So Beth, be ready. If the horse gets loose, and I think it will be very tough. If somebody tries to go after, watch out. Then you go to the 8. I'm with Kirt here on his top selection too. That last race was one of the better moves for the claiming races that we've seen, and so a similar trip could just be good enough and just take over. We saw the Canterbury horse, which the numbers were lower than this one, and do really well yesterday. So the numbers could go up, and if the numbers go up a little bit, then he's going to be extremely tough to beat. For me, then it drops off to the next pick. So why not go with Carino? He just seems to put his horse in the right spot and possibly get a good trip. And if there's a pace battle, maybe sneak in for second or get the third. So 5-8-2.
Yeah, Stretch, I could have went either way in this race. Contraband, yes, loose speed now, and could go wire to wire, but I ended up going to the 8, Danza Rebel. If you want to watch any replay, watch this one on Danza Rebel. This reminds me of the Arazi move. This horse was dead last, and by the head of the lane, this horse had him collared and was going on with the win. Yes, it was only 435 non-winners of the year, but it was such a powerful move. I haven't seen a horse move 9 wide on this track, and that was literally 9 wide and circle the field. You're losing lengths in that. If he would have went up the rail, probably would have won by 10. So with that move, I had to put him on top. Contraband, the speed, second, and Freudian Sip is my third play. As Freudian Sip in the 2 starts here at the Downs, both dynamite efforts. Lost to Contraband and then lost to Wits Coco, who came back to win yesterday once again. So Freudian Sip's best race, also good enough to win. So I'm 8, 5, and 7. Good luck with all your wagers this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card racing. Turning your programs to race number 1. Scratch number 1, Kim's Texas Bling. That's race number 1, scratch the 1, Kim's Texas Bling. Now turning your programs to race number 2. There are no changes. Turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Just a few overweights. The Jackpot Pick 5 carryover, just under $50,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. Only the lone overweight, which is on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 5. In race 5 again, just an overweight. Now turning your programs to race number 6. In race 6, number 3, Victoriaville, make the jockey Chavi and Chow. Also scratch number 5, Wits Queso, and scratch number 9, Lady of the Fort. That's race number 6, number 3, Victoriaville, the jockey Chavi and Chow, and scratch the 5, Wits Queso, and scratch the 9, Lady of the Fort. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our Jackpot High 5 race of the evening. Scratch number 1, Strider's Ring, scratch number 6, Rebounder, and scratch number 9, Bud Light Larry. That's in race number 7, scratch the 1, Strider's Ring, the 6, Rebounder, and the 9, Bud Light Larry. The Jackpot High 5 carryover, just under $70,000. Well, another absolutely gorgeous evening for racing.
No.
Stretch, you're stealing the show
It
now.
is. It
All right, headset off. I'm out of here, off to the beach.
Mainly sunny. There's no mainly sunny. It's all stretchy.
Okay, mainly stretch sunny with a temperature at 23 degrees Celsius or 73 degrees Fahrenheit, and the track is listed as fast. A fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card racing, and we're going to kick it off right here in race number 1. You're liking that, Stretch, a little too much. That's going to go to post in 21 minutes. And thank you for joining us this evening. Be sure to play Winnipeg's ultimate Chase the Ace game with prizes for more than just the Jackpot Ace. Tickets for Chase the Ace are $5 and available in the lobby until 9 p.m. And the draw takes place at about 9:30, and the current jackpot is just under $3,500. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, make sure and stop by to see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main floor. Also, that's the place to open a free betting account at hpibet.com to bet on the races on your phone. That's right, on your phone or computer. And what's more, if you bet 100, you get 100. Some conditions do apply. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We have an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for 3-year-old fillies. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch number 1, Kim's Texas Bling. Well, stretch is kind of looking like yesterday. Started off with a field of 4, 2 horses, banged it out, and then Don't Get Smart made the big rally and swooped them all. Is something like that going to happen in here?
Well, I don't know, because I thought yesterday those two horses kind of could have the same amount of speed, and you could decide. I think Thrill of the Night, the 3, which is both of our top selection, has the most speed. And so the other 2, I would think the jockeys would think, you know what, if I try to keep up, I'm probably nowhere. And so if you look at Mia Bear 2 back, ran that nice race, sat just off and circled and took over. And that's kind of how I think that horse can win. And because of that, that's why the 3, Thrill of the Night, is my top selection. That race 2 back just impressed me so much of how much she jumped out of the gate. Like, it was just a surprise on how she literally got, it says 2 lengths at the first course. She had 2 or 3 in the first few jumps. If she does that, they're got to play catch me if you can. And if you want to try to keep up with her, you may not get anything. So,
yeah, I think the other horse that could try and go is number 4, Inspiratus. As you see, this horse did show speed in both of its wins at the maiden and non-2 lifetime condition, and went after the lead the last couple times also. Last time out was in just way too tough in that 10 non-3 lifer. Maybella had won her previous race by 5. That's a lot of bling. Was dropping from the first level allowance. But I agree with you. I don't think Inspiratus, even if they quarter horsed out of there, could hook up with Thrill of the Night. I think it's just going to be in a chasing role in there. But the horse does love sprinting, comes out of an insanely tough race, even though it was only 10 non-3 back against straight 3-year-olds. This horse might like it a little more. Maybe a long shot to both the speed running 1-2.
yeah, that's very possible. We've seen that a few times. Earlier in the meet, we had it when it was a little more speed biased, but we'll give a good indication. Like we said, the weather hasn't changed. I would think the track probably hasn't changed too much, and going from there. So I landed on the 2 as my second selection, mainly because you've kind of called it, that the 3, 4, and 5 could kind of go out a little bit. The others may try to chase and try to get in front, and then favorite will sit back. I liked this horse last time for second, and I wasn't crazy to go against Burrow Down. And I thought the reason she didn't get second was because it was just too far back and couldn't make up that ground. Has to be a little bit closer, and then tries to close. We know that. I think that's your best closer of the bunch.
Yeah, favorite would love to see a pace battle in front. The other one, Mia Bear, the 5 horse. This horse won so easily back to back, winning the Hazel Wright Sire Stakes after breaking the maiden and winning by 13. But these are different horses than Mia Bear has been seeing. Mia Bear is a 2020 sales grad, and we have that yearling sale coming up on the 21st. Maybe if someone buys a horse out of there, they'll call it Kirt and Stretch.
Oh, that's right. We should start promoting that now and just...
Okay.
Good stuff.
Let's do that. We'd love to see that. But Mia Bear fits well here. Those sprint races, absolutely dynamite. We're going to see what she's made out of today in this field. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. Stretch, start us off as always.
Just a small one, $10 exactor wheel, 3 with 2 and 5.
All right, and I'm going after the early daily double. I'm doing a $20 daily double, 3 and 2. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $16,000. Number 1, Kim's Texas Bling was scratched. Number 2 is Favorite, owned by Steve Holborn and Shelley Brown, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Thrill of the Night, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Inspiratus, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Arthur Badu. Rounding out the opener is number 5, Mia Bear, owned by Dunworkin Stables, trained by Fred Rawson with Chavi and Chow. Post time for race number 1, 5 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Okay, the girls kick off the card tonight going 6 furlongs. It's only 4 horses, but very competitive. It's a matter of how the race is going to go. I think the 3 horse, who's getting a nice price at 5-2, could steal it on the front end. The first couple races were rock star-like, and I think if she gets the lead and could keep going. The other ones that might be chasing will be the 5 and the 4. That's why I like the 2 to get them late. So a late closer at 4-1. I'll give you 3, 2, and 5.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 3, Thrill of the Night. I think she's the predominant speed in here. I think she'll have about a 2-length lead after a quarter of a mile and then get a little bit of a breather. And if she does do that, she's a force to be reckoned with, as she did win her first 2 starts. But I do also like the current big favorite at 1-2, Mia Bear. Her last 2 sprint races were absolutely dynamite, made big moves and carried on against weaker company. But she is on a roll, so I'll give you 3 and 5. Good luck here in race number 1.
It's post time.
Favorite leads the 3-year-old fillies into the starting gate. Thrill of the Night, the co-even money favorite. Ready to walk in. 2 left to load. Inspiratus. And now just waiting on the other even money favorite. That's Mia Bear to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Quickly from the inside, Thrill of the Night goes out to grab the early lead. Inspiratus to the outside, putting on the early pressure. 3 wide, Mia Bear and Favorite tucked right in behind. You could throw a blanket over the field, but it's still Thrill of the Night with the lead. In 23-2, Inspiratus looking her in the eye. Mia Bear settled right in behind in third, and now Favorite is about 5 lengths back. The early trailer, 3 across the track. Thrill of the Night on the inside. Mia Bear has now pulled the trigger and engaged. Thrill of the Night, these two battling it out. Back to third, Inspiratus, and Favorite has some work to do. Mia Bear now takes over as the leader. Thrill of the Night back to second. Favorite with a late rally. A 16th of a mile to go, and it's all Mia Bear, who's going to win by 4. Thrill of the Night second best, third to Favorite, and fourth to Inspiratus. The Stewart's supposed to number 5, Mia Bear, as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Thrill of the Night. Third to number 2, Favorite. And fourth to number 4, Inspiratus. They went the opening quarter 23-2. The half 47-1. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 5, Mia Bear. Mia Bear is a bay filly, 3 years old, by Kentucky Bear, out of the mare Takara Cove by Bold Executive. Owned by Dunworkin Stables, trained by Fred Rawson, and ridden to victory by Chavi and Chow. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13-2. Number 5, Mia Bear, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Kelly Halliday. Race 1's official in the upcoming second race. There are no changes. Post time for race number 2, 18 minutes away. As I mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, this is your ultimate Chase the Ace place, which does raise money for the Final Furlong organization that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. You can not only win the jackpot by picking the Ace of Diamonds, but you'll win $100 if you pick either Joker, and you're guaranteed $25 for every other card. Tickets are just $5 each and available in the lobby. And take note that Final Furlong coffee mugs are also available for a minimum $10 donation at guest services. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have a $1,500 claimer. For fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year, they're only going to go 5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 1 stretch. Mia Bear, what an impressive display cutting back sprinting.
Yeah, we learned now that, she's a solid sprinter and sat close enough, but didn't press. We saw a couple the other day that just
But he
sat.
could have.
He
If
could have,
Chavi and
correct.
Chow wanted to. He was sitting there with a mittful on the backside, and when he wanted to use it, which he did, with a quarter mile to go, which is the right spot, he definitely responded with Mia Bear.
Exactly. He just a smart, kind of patient ride, and here we go, race 2.
All right, who do you like in here? 6 to 5.
6 to 5, yes, on lots of good things to like, a couple not so good things to like. You thought on ASD Live I was going to bug you about the selection, and I end up taking the same one. Let's start with the good on Fat and Bitter. Makes a slight drop in class from 25 to 15. You're going to learn that the rest of the year, that the 25, there's some decent horses in there, and there was last time out for sure, with Distinct Approval, who won last night. It's always good to keep track of the notes. This horse ran second and ran a nice chasing race. I think the right move here with Neville was to sit just off and not get caught in the duel, and similar to Mia Bear. Like the horse has speed, but you don't have to go all out. There's some horses that, as I called them rabbit, you called them quarter horses, that like to go out. Good trip here. The negatives on the 2-horse is hasn't won at ASD and has an awful lot of seconds and thirds at the distance. So you've got to decide what you want to do. 6 to 5 is unfortunately what I kind of expected. May want to find a different way to play it, but top selection for me anyway.
Yeah, it is mine too. That was a great race last time out. And Distinct Approval, like you said, came back to win yesterday impressively on the jump up. So I think Fat and Bitter won't be battling on the front, will be coming just off it, but there is no lack of speed in here. I'm going to what I think is the speed of the speed. That's the 1-horse, Enhanced Finance. This horse last time out dueled for a little bit early and then opened up on the field and got caught late. But that was going 5.5 furlongs. Now gets a cut back to 5 furlongs. I think the horse will like that so much better. That was a good drop last time out from the non-3 life to the 1500. I think it could put away the speed of Purple Scooter, Catalina Dreamin', and Skyview. So I like it second best in here.
Yeah, that's more than fair. I went to the only true closer in here, and that was the 4-horse. I thought that, like you've mentioned, all the other speed, we know that the 4 is not going to be on the lead. It's not the running style. It's going to sit just off. Cuts back from 7 to short. I don't necessarily like the cut back when you're going from 7 to 5. 7 to 6 is my more favorite one, but should sit back. We saw favorite close, knowing to have to be close and try to close in really just past a tired horse. It was a non-threatening third. I'm hoping that the 4 isn't a non-threatening third, more of a second in there. But 8 to 1. So I like the 8 to 1 chance on that horse. I don't like 3 to 5 on Fat and Bitter. So you've got to adjust. You've got to pick your price of what you think on any bet you make, the proper value. So.
Well, yeah, if you're not going to bet it at 3 to 5, then you got to go exotic hunting to the pick 3, maybe to multiple triactors like I usually do. Another horse that I do like in here, number 5, Catalina Dreamin'. This horse showed blazing speed last time, but only went for a half a mile before backing through the field and getting beat by 15 3/4 in the end. That was 13 lengths behind Fat and Bitter. But this horse should improve off that start, as it was the first one of the year. This horse will love the 5 furlongs today. The 6 furlongs is way too far, so it has that tightener, gets to cut back. I think this horse will last a lot longer towards the front end, so I made her a top 3 play.
Yeah, and that's fair. And I'll go to 3 because I did like this horse last time based on the race 2 back. Watching this horse, I feel that she is a need the lead type. So if she does get the lead on her own, maybe she can keep going. Like I said, the 2 back was a great race. Last time was not a good race, didn't get the lead. And so that's what you have to determine. If you're a long shot player and you think she can get the lead at 11-1, it's not bad. She went off at 90 cents on the dollar, so there's your value.
Yeah, another horse to take a look at, number 6, Skyview. 2 outs ago, almost stole it on the front end. But then last time out, Purple Scooter easily wore her down and ended up second, and Skyview just couldn't keep up in the end. And there's even more speed in there today. Maybe Skyview can come back with an off-the-pace effort. I think that'll be the only way the horse can get it done, at least today. But it is a long shot in a compact field. Let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch, what do you got?
All right, so here we go. It's I could have won a $10, maybe even a $15 exactor. Nope, Kirt, $20 straight exactor, 2-4. Stretch's exactor of the day, 2 and 4. Kirt, you left out the 4 in second.
Oh, no, I put it for third, so that's a good spot for it. I went a $5 tractor wheel. I put the 2 on top with what I think is a speed that's going to stick around, either the 1 or 5, and then take your rallier added to the 1 and 5 for third. My ticket for $5, $20, only $4 for $1. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2. We'll see you back for race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $9,000. Number 1 is Enhanced Finance, owned by Wanda Hicks, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 2 is Fat and Bitter, owned by Stella Racing, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Purple Scooter, owned by Wanda Hicks, trained by Shelley Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Videra, owned and trained by Doug Mustard with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 5 is Catalina Dreamin', owned by Jennifer Taranjo, trained by Jerry Gorno with Arthur Badu. Rounding out the field is number 6, Skyview, owned by Silver D Stable, trained by Arlandino with Dwight Lewis. Post time for race number 2 in 4 minutes. And as this is race number 2, we have the HPPA Manitoba Best Turned Out Horse. And that is number 3, Purple Scooter. That's number 3, Purple Scooter, the HPPA Manitoba Best Turned Out Horse here in race number 2. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
right, we've got the girls going only 5 furlongs this time. If you're looking for speed, you're going to get some speed. There's a bunch of fillies and mares here that like to go fast early. Can they hang around? I don't think so. That's the 2-horse. Fat and Bitter will sit just behind them and make that move. 4 to 5 is not a great price. The horse that's going to be trailing but hopefully closing late, that's the 4 at 5 to 1. Maybe there's a bit of an upset, but I've got it 2, 4, and 1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I think today's the day for Fat and Bitter. With all the speed that's in here between 1, 3, 5, and 6, I think Fat and Bitter sits right behind him and overtakes him by the head of the lane. And this is the easiest spot this horse has been in. Got beat by a horse that was a repeat winner. I also like the one Enhanced Finance, draws the rail, and I think is one of the big speed threats in here. With the big advantage of the inside, I'm going to take 2 and 1. Good luck here in race 2. post time. Hands Finance, the first to load. Next up, the 3 to 5 favorite, Fat and Bitter. Purple Scooter's turn. Videro will be next. 2 left to load. Catalina Dreamin'. And now just waiting on Skyview to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Braking slowly was Catalina Dreamin'. From the inside, Fat and Bitter and Purple Scooter. These two showing some speed, and Purple Scooter now takes over. Fat and Bitter back to second with Skyview. To her outside, then Enhanced Finance. Settled in fourth, Catalina Dreaming 4 more back. And the early trailer will be Videra. The opening quarter, 22-4. Purple Scooter with the lead. Now Skyview starts to engage Purple Scooter, making a 3-wide bid. That's Enhanced Finance. Fat and Bitter's gonna take the rail and scoot on through. And it's still the leader, Purple Scooter. Fat and Bitter with a little bit of trouble there. Still going on the far outside. Enhanced Finance, a late rally from Videra. And Videra is gonna take it. Enhanced Finance in second. Fat and Bitter in third. Close for fourth, look like Purple Scooter. The inquiry sign is on the board. Please hold all tickets. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 22-4, the half 47-4. Time for the 5 furlongs, 101-3. Results of the photo show number 4, Videra, the race winner. Second goes to number 1, Enhanced Finance. Third to number 2, Fat and Bitter. And fourth to number 3, Purple Scooter. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. A Stewart's inquiry into the running of race number 2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 2, that's number 4, Videra. Videra is a dark bear brown mare, 7 years old, by Going Commando, out of the mare Bears Artiste by Alphabet Soup. Owned and trained by Doug Mustard, and ridden to unofficial victory by Sheldon Chickeness. Time for the 5 furlongs, 101 and 3. Ladies and gentlemen, the stewards were reviewing a couple things. First off, at the starting gate, the stewards have deemed that number 5, Catalina Dreaming, did not receive a fair start, thus is a complete refund. Once again, in this second race, number 5, Catalina Dreaming, did not receive a fair start, so is a complete refund. Those of you who wagered on number 5 get the refund. If you had number 5 and you were alive in the early daily double, there will be a consolation payout. If you did have number 5 in your pick 3s, the favorite at post time you would have gotten, which did finish 3rd. Once again, a complete refund on number 5, Catalina Dreamin'. And ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the television monitors, the inquiry tape from race number 2. Pay special attention to the horse second to the left of your screen. That's number 5, Catalina Dreamin'. This is the North Tower head-on shot. And what you're looking for here is as the horse breaks out of the gate, You see the gate crew raise their hands in the air as those gates do open. And as you see, that arm came up belatedly. Show it one more time. And it's up late after the gates is already open. Thus, the complete refund. In the upcoming third race, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, there are no changes. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's Pick 5. Turning your programs, there's no changes in race 4 or 5. Turn your programs to race number 6. In race 6, number 3, Victoriaville, make the jockey Chavi and Chow. Scratch number 5, Wits Queso, and scratch number 9, Lady of the Fort. Now turning your programs to race number 7, scratch number 1, Strider's Ring, scratch number 6, Rebounder, and scratch number 9, Bud Light Larry. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, the carryover, just under $50,000. They go to post in 21 minutes. Are you new to Assiniboia Downs? Then check out the 140 VLTs located on the second level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. Well, this is the first leg of the 20-cent wager called the Jackpot Pick 5 coming up right here in race number 3. If your ticket is the only correct one, picking the winners of races 3 to 7, you're going to win the whole jackpot. When there is more than one winner, a consolation is paid out, and the jackpot keeps growing. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 2, we had 3 claims to report. First off, claim for $1,500, number 1, Enhanced Finance, claimed by Mike Tronjo, trainer Lee Delaron. Also claimed for $1,500, number 2, Fat and Bitter, claimed by Victoria Morse, owner-trainer. And also claimed for $1,500, number 3, Purple Scooter, claimed by Dale Zwiezliak, owner-trainer. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3. Time to kick off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are maidens. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 2. Videra in the final strides, but Fat and Bitter, a wild ride on the rail.
It was. One, let's start with the winner because it was a good ride. You knew where the horse had to be and made sure kind of stayed out of trouble. The 2 was in a nice spot and kind of waited, and then that's what when horses get tired, that usually happens on the 3 horse. Usually they go out and not in, and so kind of a little unlucky that the three came in because I think the 2 probably was right in there. Might have been a winner. Had the momentum, as you called it in the race. Kind of tried to re-rally, but you just can't re-rally in a 5 furlong race. So.
Well, especially in the final 1/8 of a mile, that's really tough to do. And if you're wondering why there wasn't any disqualifications, it was the 2 that beat the 3, so there was nowhere for anybody to move, and that's why the numbers stayed the same. On to race number 3, Stretch, a massive 3-5 favorite.
Yeah, I think I expected it. You probably expected it as well.
Definitely did.
Yeah, horse comes from open or an allowance race of winners in here, and that was a good field. The Crown Royal has won 2 or 3 this year, and then Euro Silver Bliss had raced in some competitive races. So,
but ran absolutely lights out and won 11
Correct.
and 3. And these maiden 5s can't go 111 and 3, more like 114.
Correct. So that's a nice run around the track, and I think maybe that was the idea with the trainers. Just pick a spot, give him one. He's better going 2 turns anyway. So you can just see, as I mentioned on ASD Live, the last 4, maybe even the last 4 races at Lone Star would put this horse in the winner's circle. Any one of those races comes off the pace, won't be that far off, and just kind of take over in the stretch. It's this horse's race to lose, and like I said, there's 4 races on the form that says that this horse should win the race.
Yeah, I could even see this being the speed of the race if he wants to. If not, guarantee this horse will be sitting in the top 3 horses, trying to get that dream trip, and definitely could do that. I also like number 2, King Wit. They put blinkers on last time, but today they're taking them back off. Had that wild race where it stopped down the lane and then re-ran to run beaten by a neck. That horse ran such a good race, but unfortunately, there's the stablemate in here. That's taken the massive drop in class. King Wit, well, if there wasn't the massive dropper in here, definitely would be the one to beat. And you are getting value right now at 6-1. just in case Wits America does throw a bad one.
Yeah, absolutely. My sleeper is the one horse on the rail, kind of the unknown. I kind of know what the other ones are all about, so I'm kind of searching. Getting a 5-1, that's about what I thought. Raced in a tougher maiden race. We saw, like I said, Devil's Time win last night. Looked pretty good. The horse raced at Gulfstream Park, had one dirt race in the slop. Let's throw that out. The other ones were on turf and poly. I think we've got to give. I've got to give this horse another shot, just because I know what the other one's about, and I think this horse could be right. Also gets the rail on the 7 furlongs, which is a huge advantage.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, number 3, Latat. Here's a horse that in the first 3 starts here at the Downs really didn't show anything. 3 double-digit defeats, but last time out made a really nice rally and then only got beat by 3 lengths in the end. This horse did have a bunch of route races at Woodbine before arriving here this year. I think this horse loves going to rutted ground. Would love to see the 2 and 6, the stablemates, go battle it out there. Because if this horse shows the same type of run it did last time out, it just might be able to be a good 13-1 upsetter.
Yeah, there's no world beaters in here, and the second going around 2 turns could improve. I'm going to mention the 5 horse because this horse ran such a great race from the 10-hole way back from special weight, then kind of didn't run very good, and then lost the rider. And then the last time I was really disappointed on the effort there. Went the 2 turns. Yeah, it didn't break great, but it should have been better than that. So who knows, maybe another around 2 turns. Does get a late workout, which I do like after a poor effort. So it might be a sleeper because there is some back class in there, and there is that one race that makes this horse very competitive.
Yeah, this is another one that with that speed that it did show, it could get out of there. Had a poor break. Maybe this time goes right to the front end. Plays Catch Me If You Can. The only other horse in here, number 4, Tribal Conference. Another one beaten double digits in the last 2. Did show a little bit of speed, dueling 3 wide, but then really backed out of it. This horse just has to show more for me to back it. But that Golden Gate race, even though it was 3 years ago, that was a good one, that 4th for maiden 8,000, but we haven't seen anything close to that so far.
No, this would be maybe the last chance. Did, like you said, duel a bit, so if you like the long shots in a field like this, maybe. Not for me, though.
All right, let's go to Jackpot Pick 5 wagers. Stretch, what do you have?
Just a small ticket. It's actually even smaller than yours.
Wow.
Yeah. I think there's a couple price horses to make it pay. I don't think it can go today just with the sequence. So I've got 1, 2, and 6 with 1 and 4 in the 4th. I've got the speed in the closer. Then I've got 3, 4, and 6. Those are the ones I really do like. And then a kind of a wide open race. I've got 2, 3, 7, 8 in the 6th. And I just need 5 and 8 in the 7th.
And myself, I got 2 and 6 in here. Then I have 1, 3, and 4 in race 4. Race 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. On to race number 6, the 2 and 3. Rounded out in race 7 with the 5, 7, and 8. 20-cent pick 5, $36. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3. And we'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. The horse on the track for race number 3. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Roger That Bee, owned by Andrew Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 2 is King Wit, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Praven Badri. Number 3 is Latat, owned by Blair Kidd and Boss Baby Racing, trained by Blair Kidd with Arthur Badu. Number 4 is Tribal Conference, owned and trained by Bill Mooney with Lorena Bijot. Number 5 is Zuri Razazi, owned by Kenneth Amther, trained by Gordon Amther with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 6, Wit America, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickenass. Post time for race number 3. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. They go to post in 4 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. The boys going 7 furlongs. They're going to go past the wire twice. These are maidens, horses that haven't won a race lifetime. I'm going to land on the 6, which is the big favorite, deservingly so. There's some good races on this horse's card that just is waiting on a win right now. Should sit relatively close to the pace, make a move on the turn, and take over. The sleeper of the race is the 1 horse. We're not sure where this horse is at, in the sense coming from Gulfstream Park. Might go to the lead, might sit off, but you're getting 5-1. Maybe there's the upset. 6, 1, and 2.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 6, Wit America. Drops from a non-2 lifetime race into the maiden, also from allowance, all the way to the bottom. This is the horse to beat. I do like number 2, King Wit, who lost very narrowly last time out. But if you're looking to scoop the pool, look at number 3, Latat. I think this horse just loves going around the ground. Showed good life last time out. A repeat effort. 18-1. Good luck here in race 3. time. Roger that, B, the first one to step up. He's in. Next up, King Wit. Latat's turn. Tribal Conference ready to go in. Just two left to load. Zuri Razazi. Now just waiting on the 1-2 favorite, Win America. And they're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, Win America. Shows some good early speed with King Wit to the inside. Settled back in third, that's Roger That B with Tribal Conference 3 wide. A length back is going to be Zuri Razazi, and Latat will be the early trailer. It's Win America on the lead through an opening quarter of 25 in 3. King Wit content to sit back in second. Roger That B on the outside in third. Coming up the outside, Zuri Razazi with Latat on the rail. And Tribal Conference is now the trailer. 7 off the lead. Win America still fully in control of that lead by 2 lengths through a half in 51 seconds. King Wit in second, Zuri Razazi starting to make a bid in third. Back to fourth, Roger That B, then Latat and Tribal Conference. They hit the head of the lane, and Win America taking the wide route with King Wit to the outside. Going up the rails, Zuri Razazi. Right now, King Wit has the advantage with Win America back in second. But it's gonna be King Wit getting it done in here. Win America second best, third to Zuri Razazi, and fourth to Roger That B. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. The inquiry sign is on the board. Please hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, there's also a rider's objection here in race number 3. The Stewart's opposed to number 2, King Wit, as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, Win America. Third to number 5, Zuri Rizazi. And fourth to number 1, Roger That Be. They went the opening quarter 25-3, the half 51 seconds. 6 furlongs, 117. Time for the 7 furlongs, 131-2. Neville Stevenson aboard number 5, Zuri Rizazi, has claimed interference against number 6, Wit America, and jockey Sheldon Chickness in the stretch drive. Rider's objection, 5 on 6. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 3, that's number 2, King Wit. King Wit is a dark bay or brown gelding, 3 years old, by 5 Demon Bag, out of the mare Witt's Little Apache by Drums of Thunder. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to unofficial victory by Praven Badri. Time for the 7 furlongs, 131-2. As we await the outcome of the rider's objection, you have just over 10 minutes left to give yourself a chance to go home with over $3,500 in your pocket if you get drawn to play Chase the Ace and pick the Ace of Diamonds. Get your tickets at Guest Services in the lobby for just $5. Remember, you're helping support Final Furlong that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. And ladies and gentlemen, we did have the inquiry, and that was into the turn with number 6, Wit America, going to the outside and carrying number 2, King Wit, to the outside. King Wit did beat number 6, Wit America, so that inquiry was taken off the board with the objection 5 on 6. Number 6, Wit America, did come down to the rail, close to number 5, Zuri Razazi, but in the Stewart's decision, it did not affect the outcome of the race. So the objection is disallowed. 265, as you see, is now official. In the upcoming 4th race, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, there are no changes. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 6, number 3, Victoriaville, make the jockey Chavi and Chow, and scratch number 5, Wits Queso, and scratch number 9, Lady of the Fort. Turning your programs to race number 7, scratch number 1, Strider's Ring, scratch number 6, Rebounder, and scratch number 9, Bud Light Larry. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. They go to post in 16 minutes. Assiniboia Downs is pleased to announce that in the month of August, Mondays are family fun days. Each Monday evening from 6:30 to 9:30, kids can enjoy free bouncy castles, face painting, and live entertainment. Once again, that's the month of August, where every Monday is Family Fun Day. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 3. It was the battle of the wits once again, and they used the whole racetrack.
They did. There's just a couple green horses in there that are in the fringes of still kind of learning to run and just not kind of don't know the surroundings of the track. And so I think that shows you on the 6 horse that it's only been here a short time and just a little confused out there.
Yeah, so King Wit finally gets it done. All right, on to pick 4 times stretch. Kate's Princess sitting at 4 to 5. Can she rock and roll on the front end?
Okay, are we going to get our first gate to wire winner of the week?
Yeah, well, that's what it seems like.
Yeah, and so
It's been a tough one for the front end horses.
Correct. Now, there's been some duels, but even, the speed that's got out has not carried it, and so we pretty sure she's going to be on the front end. She's always on the front end, and now she's just got to carry it. They are going 6, so that's getting a little bit longer for, she's won at 6 3 times. She's at 5.5. That's just her pretty solid distance. We talked about how tough that field was last time. She got pressured. I also said on ASD Live, if she runs the same races she did last time, even with the pressure, that's good enough to win. And that's what you kind of have to pay attention to. Don't look, she was 4th beaten 3. Well, that was a very competitive race.
Oh, it was. Second level allowance dropping down to the first level. We keep saying it. Big difference in the levels here at Assiniboia Downs. So anybody taking a drop that's beaten around the 5-length level, you have to respect. Another horse I do like in here, number 1, A Lot of Spunk. This horse ran a couple of really good races at Keeneland and Churchill. Unfortunately, hit a real tough one in Frills, who did win both of those races. But also in that second last race at Churchill, the second and the third place horse both came back to win. And then in its last start was the favorite, got beat by 12, but the winner won by 8. So, and did come back to win also. So it's been running against some real tough ones. This should be, I think, maybe a little easier test.
Yeah, you good research on that, finding that. And yeah, there's some invaders that come into Batera Park, so you have to watch. They just like this one came in from Churchill and Keeneland, so it could be. At least there was a workout coming in, like I said,
and a good one.
Yeah, and 3 back is the key for me to use this horse in second. It kind of sets it up. If speed's not holding, this horse has a chance. If Kate's keeps going, I think they're all running for second. So yeah, I'm with you on that. My third selection is the 2. And this is DARPA after kind of waking up last time. I didn't mind her last time, and she showed some speed. Obviously, she didn't win, but she was right there. And it's the first time this year she really showed some heart in there. So she's not going to the lead. She's going to come off the pace. If you look at last year's races in the stake races, she was right there. Some of these horses were very similar to the horses that Kate's Princess ran against, and they beat Kate's Princess. So if she runs back to last year, she can be there. 7 to 1 certainly is.
That's a great price. I also like number 3. That's a Lot of Bling, also sitting at 7 to 1. 2 outs ago, at the head of the lane, Antonio Whitehall had so much horse, and then all of a sudden it was all gone. Interesting times. Was a second level allowance dropper, dropping into the first level, battled it out, and ended up going on for the win, beating just a tap in. But then That's a Lot of Bling dropped into the 10-on-3, made quick work of those at great odds. Comes back today. I think he'll be sitting in a good position once again. Has to hope that just a tap in maybe goes out there and tries to quarter horse against Kate's Princess to set up for the closer. But the closers are doing so well, can't throw this horse out.
Yeah, that's such a good point there. And so I think for the 6 to win, then that's got to kind of set up from there. Lady Nyla is kind of the last one to kind of talk about there. She's moving way up in class. She's won 2 in a row. She's got to run even better to be in it. She can come off the pace. The last time she was and came off the pace, she's going to have to do that again today. She's not going to get the lead. So, We'll see. This good move on the trainer to just see where she ranks against some of the better fillies and mares.
Yeah, this is definitely a tough spot, but we will see what she's made of. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4, Stretch. What do you got for the pick 4?
Okay. Taking a chance.
$72.
Yeah, taking a chance for sure. Let's key the 4. And then we got almost all. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8 with 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. It's a bunch with a bunch and just 5 and 8 in the last. It's all about the first leg for me here.
Well, it would have been 96 to take all in all, El Cheapo there. I'm only spending $30. I'm taking the 1 and 4 in here. Then I'm taking 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, rounding it out with 2 and 3 in race 6 and 5 and 8, the same as Stretch in race number 7. But my ticket only $30. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horse are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is A Lot of Spunk, owned by Ira Donald and King Couture, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is DARPA, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Siobhan Bell. Number 3 is That's a Lot of Bling, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Kate's Princess, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson with Praven Badri. Number 5 is Lady Nyla, owned by Bill Meikle and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 6, Just a Tap In, owned by Drop-In Racing and James Kaplan, trained by Steve Kaplan Jr. with Sheldon Chickness. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here. In race number 4, they go to post in 2 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, some of the top-level girls are racing 6 furlongs, competitive race. It's going to be Catch Me If You Can on the 4 with Kate's Princess. She's making a sneaky drop in here if you know the different conditions. She might have a bit of pressure, but she just keeps going. She's running as game as ever, and that last race is good enough to win. So if you think she's going to keep going, you've got to find some of the stalkers, and that's the 1 with 3-1, could get a good trip. But my sleeper, don't leave out the 2 at 12-1. Wake Up last time, won't be that far away. Runs to last year's race, could be there. 4, 1, and 2.
Yeah, I agree with you, Stretch, on number 4, Kate's Princess, but we haven't had a wire-to-wire winner so far this week, and this is 11 races in. She's going to try and do it on the front end. I do like a couple closers also. I do like the 1, a lot of spunk, and that's a lot of bling, the 3-horse. If the speed backs up, they're going to be coming at the end. Good luck here in race 4. A lot of spunk and DARPA. Both of them in the starting gate. Next up, that's a lot of bling. Kate's Princess, the 4-5 favorite. Walks in. 2 left to load. Lady Nyla. And just waiting on just a tap in to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Hopping a bit at the start was Kate's Princess. To the far outside, just a tap in. Shows good early speed with a lot of spunk on the rail. Moving up, DARPA is going after the leaders. 3 wide, Lady Nyla. 4 wide, a recovering Kate's Princess. That's a lot of bling, the stalker, and a lot of spunk. Now the early trailer. The opening quarter, 23-1. A logjam on the front end. On the inside, DARPA, Kate's Princess. She's 3 wide. Moving back, Lady Nyla in third. On the outside, that's a lot of bling and a lot of spunk. Showing a big effort here. 46-2, the half mile. Kate's Princess spins out of the turn with the lead. A lot of spunk to the outside. Has just that and is mowing them down. A lot of spunk. With a 16th of a mile to go, is drawing off to win by 2. Kate's Princess in second. Third goes to DARPA, and fourth, that's a lot of bling. The Stewart's opposed to number 1, a lot of spunk. As a race winner, second goes to number 4, Kate's Princess. Third to number 2, DARPA. And fourth to number 3, that's a lot of bling. They went the opening quarter 23-1, the half 46-2. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12-2. Now in the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 4, that's number 1, a lot of spunk. A lot of spunk is a bay filly, 4 years old, by Justin Phillip, out of the mare Corinthian Lark by Corinthian, owned by Ira Donald and King Couture, trained by Jared Brown, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12-2. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. There are no changes. Post time for race number 5, 18 minutes away. Well, be sure to check out our new player portal at asdowns.com. All the information you need on ASD Live Racing in one convenient place. Watch live racing access, free online ASD programs, expert selections, and more. Scan the QR code on the player portal ad in your program to go there now. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5 for this $7,500 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 4. Well, we still haven't seen a wire-to-wire winner, but Kate's Princess, I love when these speed horses show something else, and she showed that she can actually rally from off the pace.
Yeah, it was a good adjustment after the bad break, and I kind of thought after the bad break her chances of winning were diminished greatly. You know, the jockey moved up, like we talked on off the air, was wide in the backstretch, a little wide on the turn, and then Karina was just waiting in the weeds there. And
watching a 4-horse duel.
Correct. So sometimes you need that racing luck and a jockey to recognize what's going on, and sometimes the best horse in the race doesn't always win, and the better trip does, and that's how I kind of saw it. They both ran well, but just the better trip was the difference.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I can't wait for Kate's Princess to run next time. Not a big price, but on to race number 5. This is an interesting one to try and figure out.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's not cut and dried like the board looks.
Oh, not even close. Not even though we both have the 3 on top. Wait till you see both of our bets, and you'll understand that. Yeah, I'll start with the 3 as the favorite. There's no chance I would take 4 to 5 in here. It's too competitive. He is running very, very well. The last time against a couple of those horses, they would be potentially big favorites in here. The reason why I can't key this horse is because they're going from a mile to 7 furlongs, and this horse kind of kicked it in late, probably at the 8th pole. Was just you picked him up in the race call, and I picked him up watching the race. That's when he was starting to grind down, and so it's got to sit closer. Certainly, right figures to be in the mix.
Yeah, there could be an all-out pace battle in here. The 1 All for Truth, the 2 Diddley, and the 4 Dictator, even the 6 Out on Saturday. All of them have early gas in here. It's just who's going to play the chess match, who's going to play checkers. If they let one of them go, it becomes a chess match, and it makes it tougher for really slow.
I completely agree, and that's the tricky part of this race. We both thought it was a tricky race. We both have a bunch. You're still alive in both. I'm only alive in the pick 5, but we've taken multiple horses in here. You've got 5 of the 8.
Yeah, 5 out of 8. You know, that's how sure of this race I was. It was a load-up race for me.
For sure.
Another horse that I like in here besides All for Truth, who does draw the inside, I like number 4, Dictator. This horse, first time out, had to run against My Cowboy, who went wire-to-wire in back-to-back starts. And then next time out, had to deal with Himmelstein, who is big speed, and they went really fast, 47-1. And Dictator, it was just too fast. But what I liked about Dictator last time out, sat behind the speed under solid fractions, made a run, and just got a little tired late. That same type of race, going 7 furlongs today, I think that could be a winning race.
Agree. That's why it's my second pick. I'll throw in a closer in case everybody thinks no one else is going to the lead or something, back to the cat and mouse game, and that's Mr. Pickles. I don't know if he can actually win the race from out there, but I do think that a couple of the races he was in, that there was some lone speed in there, that Mr. Cowboy race a few back, had to kind of go after him, and that's not his running style. So sits back. If Siobhan brought a nice long shot that ran a big second last time, I would need more than 7-1. But like I said, maybe a place or show to complete a tough race in a trifecta or an exactor.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 2, Diddley, 1 going 6 furlongs 2 outs ago. Last time out, there was just way too much speed, and there was the jump up from 7,500 to the first level allowance, optional 10,000, and Diddley's speed was not as effective in there. Back to this 7 furlong distance, this horse has showed blazing speed at Hawthorne in the past, and maybe it can do one of those, try and open up 6 lengths, but I don't think it'll win by 9 in the end. But Diddley at 12-1, that could be worth chasing.
Yes, yeah. There's one of your overlays for sure, but also make a point of the class moving up and how tough the drop in that is. I've got to mention the 6 horse here at 7-1. I didn't mind this horse. The figures last time were really good. Is going from 5 to 75. Lost to Really Slow, going a mile last time, and was right there going 7. So I don't think the horse is as fast as some of the others in here, but might get that stalking trip. And the horse gets, they know when they win, and especially when they win big, the confidence is built.
No doubt about it. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Stretch, what do you got?
Okay, so I'm not sure who's going to beat the 3. So it's 30.
Oh, look at that.
30 to place on the 3. You know, yesterday was successful on some win and place bets. Sometimes I'm not going to force it. And I see your bet, and I like that on a tough race. You don't want to just waste it on chasing some tough stuff. Why not build the bankroll?
Yeah, I just like that this one horse absolutely loves the distance. Has won 2 out of the last 3 starts. A narrow defeat before that. So he's going to get the good trip on the rail. So I went 30 to show on the 1. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5. And we'll see you back for race 6. The horses are on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $14,800. Number 1 is All for Truth, owned and trained by Perry Cavanaugh with Neville Stevenson. Number 2 is Diddley, owned by MMKC, trained by Ryan DeJarlis with Leroy Nelson. Number 3 is Really Slow, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickadas. Number 4 is Dictator, owned by Black Diamond Racing Stable, Lynn White and Jerry Geddes, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 5 is Black Ops, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lee Pruitt with Chavi and Chow. Number 6 is Out on Saturday, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 7 is Gooch Express, owned by Windancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Jorge Carreño. Rounding out the field is number 8, Mr. Pickles, owned by S&S Stables, trained by Maria Stanford with Siobhan Bell. Post time for race number 5 in 3 minutes. And in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase East, we've drawn our winning ticket. That ticket number is 1372. Once again, the winning ticket in tonight's Ultimate Chase East, 1372. You have 5 minutes to report to guest services on the main floor south end, but don't throw those tickets away. If winning ticket 1372 does not show up, there will be a redraw.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go, some mid-claimers going 7 furlongs, the boys. It could be fast to the turn. There's a few horses that have some pretty good speed. I've gone to the 3. The public has that horse as the favorite. I do like that horse the best, but it's a far more wide open race. Really slow. We'll be closing hopefully really fast, but I'm going to look for some others at a bit of a price, and that's the 4. There's some class in there. Will be involved in the pace battle, but could, pick that one up. Another one is the 8. Will be closing late. Maybe not the win, but certainly can be right there. So I'll give you 3, 4, and 8.
Pace battle for the 3 to win this race. The other speed is the 1, 2, and 4. If the 1 gets loose, it's going to be tough. If the 2 gets loose, it can also be tough in here. This is a tough 5th race, but I'm going to give you 3, 1, and 4. Good luck here in race 5. All for Truth, the first settled into the starting gate. Diddley is in. Next up, the 3-2 favorite, Really Slow. It's now Dictator's turn. Dictator helped into the gate. Black Ops is next. Out on Saturday, ready to go in. Just 2 left to load. Gooch Express. And now just waiting on Mr. Pickles to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Quickly from the inside, All for Truth. Showing some early speed, as is Diddley. 3 wide, Dictator. 4 wide, Black Ops. Going into the first turn. Out on Saturday. Settled in behind them in 5th. Rallying behind that, Gooch Express. Then it's back to Really Slow in the early trailer. Mr. Pickles. The opening quarter, 24-3. And All for Truth has the lead by an arrowhead. To the outside, Dictator. Diddley sitting right in behind them. Out on Saturday, moving up sharply, 3 wide. Then it's back to Black Ops. Really slow. It's really slow to get going right now. Making a move, Gooch Express and Mr. Pickles the trailer. Dictator has a lead without on Saturday. To the outside, putting on the pressure. Gooch Express making a 3 wide bid. They hit the head of the lane. 48-3 the half. And the leader still Dictator. On the outside, it's out on Saturday. Really slow, trying to get at him. Dictator is digging in. And now pulling away. Dictator is going to take it. Out on Saturday, second best. Third's going to go to Really Slow. And 4th to Gooch Express. The stewards opposed to number 4, Dictator, as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, Out on Saturday. Third to number 3, Really Slow. And 4th to number 7, Gooch Express. They went the opening quarter 24-3. The half 48-3. 6 furlongs, 114-4. Time for the 7 furlongs, 128-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 5, that's number 4, Dictator. Dictator is a big gelding, 6 years old, by Mineshaft. Out of the mare Brave as a Lion by Lionhearted. Owned by Black Diamond Racing Stable, Lynn White, and Jerry Geddes, trained by Tom Garnaby Jr., and ridden to victory by Ronald Alley. Time for the 7 furlongs, 128 and 3. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Number 3, Victoriaville, make the jockey Chavi and Chow. Scratch number 5, Wits Queso, and scratch number 9, Lady of the Fort. Kick it off late double wagering. Here in race number 6, they go to post in 17 minutes. Well, the final Manitoba Night Market and Festival of the summer takes place on Sunday, August the 28th from 3 to 11. Over 15 food trucks, over 100 local vendors and artisans, beer gardens, live bands, kids' activities, and much more. Tickets are just $7. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We have a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are maidens are going to go 5 furlongs. Number 3, Victoriaville. The jockeys Chavi and Chow. Scratch the 5, Wits Queso. And scratch the 9, Lady of the Fort. A look back at race number 5, Stretch Dictator. Great ride by Ronald Alley.
It was. I watched the replay and really paid attention to the hands on the jockey, and some of the other ones were really going to work early, and he just kind of sat, and on the turn kind of sat, then asked, but still saved something left, and the others made their move, and that's what the class does. We talked about that class drop. We saw how a couple of them were at 75, moved up and struggled. Not this one. And
Allowance dropper to 75. Different result.
Correct. And 7 furlongs made a big difference where the 3 closed a little bit late, but needed that mile. So you make note. Don't be down on the 3 too much. Wait for a mile.
All right. Race number 6. Who do you like in here?
Okay. It's a wide open race. I mentioned that there's a winner in every race, and there is going to be one in this race. I landed on the 8 as my top selection. I'll take 6-1 all day long. The horse has only had 1 start. You've got to watch the replay. I felt that it wasn't a great start and was kind of back mid-pack and then made a bit of a move. Yes, did get the rail, and I agree with what Kirt said on ASD Live. Did have a good trip along the rail. And,
dream trip, I said.
Yeah, dream trip. That's fair. But it's only had 1 start. I think the horse can improve. It is in post number 8, but post 7. Might be just better just off the rail and want to pass horses. So I've got to give this horse another shot. And at 6-1, why not?
Yeah, I ended up going number 3, Victoriaville. I think Chavi and Chow kind of figured out the horse. The first time, sat 4th, ended up 4th. But last time, battled early and then came back on down the lane. Only lost by 3 to Whip Memories, who was well meant that day and went wire to wire. I think with Chavi and Chow, I think he's figured things out. There is a little bit of speed to go out. Number 2, No No Jojo, and number 6, Hot Linda. So Victoriaville, even Daimini has a little bit of speed. If Victoriaville wants to sit just in behind those, I think this is the horse to swoop them.
That's fair. That's fair. I think the horse runs evenly, and that might be enough in here. My third choice, who I was trying to swing for the fences here
At 9-5.
is a 10-1 now at 9-5. I know I don't have many followers like yourself, and just because I picked, so they definitely.
Did you unload your pockets on this one?
I
There's
have
3,000 in the win pool.
I have not bet the 7 horse yet.
All right.
I'm using it in some sequences. I do have it alive in my pick 5, still going. So I'm searching, and maybe everybody else is searching. They're looking at all the other ones and saying, they're not that good. My angle was dropping from special weight. Ran a few races on the poly surface, and you just never know. Maybe it's the wake up one, but not a chance am I taking 2-1 on that one.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, number 2, No No Jojo, was in a real tough spot last time out, where the horse did show speed for a half a mile and then backed out of it. And that was against the boys for 10,000. Now goes back against the girls. Last time No No Jojo was here, Stretch, this was your long shot at 50-1, and coming down the stretch, had a shot and then ended up backing up. But that was 5.5 furlongs. If it was 5 furlongs that day, that horse would have been a lot closer and gave you a little bit of a heart attack.
It would have, yes.
50-1.
That's right.
But
yeah.
if this horse can maybe shake free on the field and open up, this could be a great one to play at 10-1.
Absolutely. This is the type of race you can find those. You just need a horse to kind of improve a little bit or get the right trip. And as a speed horse, sometimes they just have to get on the lead, get brave, and keep going, kind of forget to stop, for sure.
Another horse to look at, number 6, Hot Linda, showed speed last time out, but disappointed us, ran beaten 3 lengths to Notable Nora, who was much the best in there. And Spats and No Surprise was only half length out of second. I think Hot Linda will like the distance of 5 furlongs, but this is tougher as it is open company.
Agree. I thought with her with her trip. She should have been in the top 3. I know it was close, but even second. Some of those horses didn't have any form whatsoever. So, yeah, I'm not on that one. A closer would be the 4 at 8-1. If the speed that we're talking about backs up, it is only 5. If the horse sits in a nice spot, maybe.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch, what do you got?
I'm just going to try a small win wager here, just 20 to win on the 8. I didn't know what direction. I couldn't figure out a 3-horse box or even a try, so why not just take a chance here and go 20 win 8?
Yeah, I'm going to take a chance, but I want to cash big.
Oh, my goodness. Look at that.
I'm going to triactor 2-3-2-3 with 4-6-8 for $1. That's $6. But I'm betting a $5 one. That's going to cost me $30. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7 for Jackpot High 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Zebo, owned and trained by Bill Mooney with Lorena Bajot. Number 2 is No No Jojo, owned by Don Senebal, trained by Lee Delaron with Dwight Lewis. Number 3 is Victoriaville, owned by Blair Kidd and Boss Baby Racing, trained by Blair Kidd with Chavi and Chow. Number 4 is Diamini, owned by Bill Meikle and Wind Answer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 5, Wits Queso, was scratched. Number 6 is Hot Linda, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 7 is Touch of Love, owned by Andy Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 8 is In Detention, owned by Pierre Esquirol, Sheridan Lahoulier, and Daryl Paranica, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Number 9, Lady of the Fort, was scratched. Post time for race number 6 in 3 minutes. And in tonight's Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase, the Ace, Terrence D went to the board and selected the 6 of hearts. So he got himself $25, and the jackpot continues to grow in Winnipeg's ultimate Chase the Ace.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go. The girls going 5 furlongs for that have not won a race yet in their life. It's a tricky race because there's some inexperience in here. I've landed on the 8, who is the favorite, only 2-1. Only had the 1 start, and a lot of times the horses will improve after their first start. I think a little bit of an improvement, a better break, could be right there. A couple others to consider is the 3. You know what you get there. I like the 7. Open with some early money. Not sure why. Maybe it's sharp money, so don't leave that one out. 8, 3, and 7.
Yeah, Stretch, I like the 3 in here. I think this horse finally got fit last time out, ran a great race. Unfortunately, Witt's Memories ran a better race on the front end. Now Chavi and Chow gets his 3rd try. This horse has tactical speed to stay close, but watch for the late rally down the lane. My long shot is the 2 horse. No Jojo, show good speed 2 outs ago. That same kind of speed might be able to steal it. At 13-1, I'm going to give you a 3 and 2. Good luck here in race 6.
Post time!
Zebo, the first one in. No Jojo is in. Next up, the 2-1 favorite, Victoriaville. Diamini's turn. Hot Lindo will be next. Just 2 left to load. Touch of Love. And just waiting on In Detention to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Victoriaville breaks on top with Hot Linda to the outside. 3 wide, Touch of Love is now going to be the stalker in third. 3 more lengths back is going to be Zebo in between horses. Diamini in detention, 3 wide. And your early trailer, No Jojo. 23-3 the opening quarter. And Hot Linda now has the lead. To the outside, Touch of Love. Running big, trying to fight back. Victoriaville went to the outside. And Zebo, they're hitting the head of the lane. And it's these two, Hot Linda and Touch of Love. Nose and nose, Victoriaville trying to come back and swoop them. 3 wide. Touch of Love, a nose in front. Hot Linda, Victoriaville. Touch of Love is going to take it. Second is going to go to Hot Linda. Third to Victoriaville. And fourth to Zebo. Stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 23-3, the half 48 seconds. Time for the 5 furlongs, 102. The Stewards are posted number 7, Touch of Love, as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, Hot Linda. Third to number 3, Victoriaville. And fourth to number 1, Zebo. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 6. That's number 7, Touch of Love. Touch of Love is a Grey Roan filly, 3 years old, by Cupid. Out of the mare Touch of Charm by Elusive Quality. Owned by Andrew Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan, and ridden to victory by Nyrone Austin. Time for the 5 furlongs, 102. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Scratch number 1, Strider's Ring. Scratch number 6, Rebounder. And scratch number 9, Bud Light Larry. Once again in this 7th race, scratch the 1, Strider's Ring. Scratch the 6, Rebounder. And scratch number 9, Bud Light Larry. Jackpot high 5 wagering here in race number 7. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine for just $3.95 and half-price appetizers, plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch number 1, Strider's Ring. Scratch number 6, Rebounder. And scratch the 9, Bud Light Larry. Quick look back at race number 6. Touch of Love. Well, the big drop in class was needed and made a huge difference.
Yeah, that was my angle. I saw Morning Line 10-1 to take a chance. Who would have guessed goes off at 9-5 as everybody saw the same thing as I did. It worked out well because it was had him in the pick 5 that I am still alive to the 5 and the 8. And I think it was a lot of win money based on that, but not in the as much money on the pick 4 and pick 5. They're paying okay. You know, it's not too bad. The pick 5s to the ones that I have is 137 and 147. And the pick 4s, if you're alive, is 320, 249 range. And there hasn't been any long shots at all. We're kind of all under $10, yes.
Yeah. Well, with Witz Queso scratched out of there, that changed the morning line.
Big time.
With the 2-1 horse out and the other maiden allowance dropper that beat that one by 12 lengths.
Yeah.
So that changed the complexion of things. On to race number 7. Now we're down to 6 horses stretch. Contraband. Can it go wire to wire?
Well, I feel that is my top selection. I said I was between the 5 and 8. Let's talk about the 5. And there isn't a lot of other speed in here, and he's been running very well here at ASD, especially 2 wins of 5 starts, always in the mix. Last time ran out, only going 5.5, but that was for 7,500. Dropping into 5. We've seen the different levels. We saw it in the 5th race already today on those kind of drops. Because it's kind of the lone speed, that's why I moved it to the top pick. But, you know, the last race, the speed lasted a little bit longer. The 7 was there. None of the closers were there, but the leaders didn't win. So that's why I like that 8 a little bit, your top selection.
Yeah, well, Contraband, that one bad start, 5th beaten 8, there was a pile of speed that race, and Dazzling Mischief was one of them that had run very well at the first level allowance, and you see the 3rd place horse also came back to win. So Contraband fits very well, but Danza Rebel currently at 6-1. Gotta watch the replay on this one. Circled the field on the farthest part of the track and drew off to an easy victory. El Chairman did come back to win yesterday, and we liked El Chairman off of that race. Also, Steve Keplin Jr. had another horse that he bought from Canterbury, and that horse won 2 in a row. So Danza Rebel, same kind of race. I expected to be sitting a little closer today. I think a horse has a big shot at 6-1.
Agree. Great value, absolute great value at 6-1. Yeah, just can't get too far away. But if you make that same move, Contraband is really going to have to dig in when he comes up to it. So it's going to need a breather. After that, I found it very wide open and was kind of searching, and I ended up on the 2 Drizzy. Makes the drop from 75, hasn't run that well on the last 2 starts. 2 back, almost beat Contraband, having to chase that horse around the track. That's what happened. Contraband was it was the lone speed. Carino, you saw him win today in the 4th race with a great trip. I think he's going to give this horse a great trip, and that can be the difference in getting, for me, 3rd.
Yeah, with this drop from 75, that is a key drop on Drizzy and getting 4-1. I also like the 740 in SIP. This horse, first time out, ran 2nd at Contraband, and then a hard-fought defeat last time out to Witz Coco, who also came back to win yesterday. So 40 and SIP's been in good company. Yes, going up a notch, but fits well with this field with that good 2nd at Contraband.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I'm not selecting the 3, but this horse is always in the mix. Warbridge, I've got him a couple times, and then the last few isn't running his old self, but certainly has ability to be involved and end up again maybe 3rd or 4th in the Tri or Super.
Yeah, fits really well at this $5,000 level, but has to get that trip in the 4 My Father's Eyes. is jumping way up from the 25 non-winners of the year. Sprinted first time out, then routed, but is going to have, I think, a really hard time with these. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 7. Stretch, what do you got?
Well, it works out well here because I've got the 5 and the 8. I just threw a $30 place on the 5, hopefully building up the bankroll tomorrow for our show parlay Wednesday. I think you got a shot tomorrow to end that dreaded streak. I think it's gonna happen.
My drought is gonna be over?
I think so. I'm gonna try to get my third one through. I know your fan base is cheering for you to get through.
Oh, maybe I'll get my mom to do my picks for me. I'm going to go a $10 exactor box in here, 5 and 8. Good luck with all your wagers, and we'll see you back here tomorrow, 6:45 Central, for ASD Live. The horse are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $13,200. Number 1, Strider's Ring, was scratched. Number 2 is Drizzy, owned by Ira Donald and King Couture, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Warbridge, owned by Quinny Racing, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 4 is My Father's Eyes, owned by Colt Brown, trained by Alan Brown with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Contraband, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6, Rebounder, was scratched. Number 7 is Freudian Sip, owned by Stewart & Son, trained by Murray Duncan with Arthur Badu. Number 8 is Dan's a Rebel, owned by Parker Wallette, trained by Steve Keplin Jr. with Sheldon Chickanis. Number 9, Bud Light Larry, was scratched. Post time for race number 7 in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Okay, we've got the boys going 6 furlongs to finish off the night. Are we going to get our first gate-to-wire winner tonight? That would be the 5, who's the favorite. Certainly can do that. There is a bit of other speed, but I don't think enough to pressure this horse enough to keep going. So that's the decision. If you think it's a bit of a closer's track, you got to find somebody else, and that's the 8 at 5-1. Great value there. Kirt's top selection, my second selection. And then if you need someone else to round out the top 3, that would be the 2. I'll give you 5, 8, and 2.
Yeah, Stretch, your top 2 selections I like also. Contraband, the speed, and Danza Rebel. Such an impressive effort last time out. The buyer numbers are a little bit lower, but visually, that race was an amazing one. That's why he is my top selection to round out the top 3. I went to the 740 and Sip. 2 good races in a row, was second to Contraband. Makes him good enough. So I'm 8, 5, and 7. Good luck here in race 7.
Post time!
Drizzy leads a field in for the nightcap. Warbridge the next to go in. My Father's Eyes walks right in. Contraband, the 9-5 favorite, finds his spot. 2 left to load, 40 and Sip. And just waiting on Dan's Rebel to the outside. Warbridge a little fractious. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, Contraband. Away well, but Drizzy showing early speed today. And these two are going to lock horns. Dan's a Rebel settles off that lead in third. Freudian Sip back in fourth. Hugging the rail, that's My Father's Eyes. And Warbridge, the early trailer. 23-1 the opening quarter. And it's Drizzy battling it out with Contraband. Dan's a Rebel trying to reel him in from third. My Father's Eyes hugging the rail in fourth. Freudian Sip and Warbridge. Still a lot of work to do. 46-2 to the half. 3 across the track. And it's Drizzy on the inside. Dan's a Rebel trying to get him too wide. Freudian Sip making a 3-wide bid. Drizzy digging in. Freudian Sip on the far outside. Drizzy, Freudian Sip. Drizzy looked like he hung on in there. Very close photo finish. Freudian Sip to the outside. Warbridge with a late rally. Maybe got third. Stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 23-1. The half 46-2. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14. Number 2, Drizzy, was your race winner. Second goes to number 7, Freudian Sip. Third to number 3, Warbridge. And fourth to number 8, Dan's a Rebel. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 7, that's number 2, Drizzy. Drizzy is a big gelding, 7 years old by English Channel, out of the mare Grant Marty a Wish by Beautiful Crown. Owned by Ira Donald and King Couture, trained by Jared Brown, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14. Congratulations goes out to owners Ira Donald, King Couture, trainer Jared Brown, and jockey Jorge Carreño for scoring the double. 2 wins for owners Ira Donald, King Couture, trainer Jared Brown, and jockey Jorge Carreño. Now head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine, $3.95, and half-price appetizers. Racing resumes tomorrow at 7:30.